86 and already in quite a positive position. Bell and Brand should be looking to extend that lead and look forward to getting Jamaica back into bat later, and in their case would want to get there quickly and bowl them out quickly. Of course, a bit more moisture in the air today as well. Bit of rain forecast later on in the day. So probably wouldn't be on their mind out there as yet. We just look to continue going through their processes and doing what they were doing in day one. See Vittel Lowers gets ready to continue his attack from the southern end. Interestingly, only bowled one over yesterday from the northern end, his first over, and then came back to continue his spell from the southern end. So interesting tactics. Didn't look too comfortable throughout his spell, but had a few appeals and certainly turned the ball. Not too difficult to do on this wicket. Has a slip in, backward point, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-off is a bit further back, long on. So he sent that fielder at mid-on back to long on to begin. It's a short mid-wicket, square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a beautiful delivery to go with that to begin his spell. Certainly find some rhythm right away. And to complete that field set as well, fielder down a deep square leg, deep backward square leg. Those again drags that down and just pulled into the one side. He'll just run one. Go through a bit of stretches early on to tell Laws, and himself loose and ready to get back into his spell. All of the off spinners in the Jamaica team yesterday bowled quite well, but still hasn't settled into a rhythm. Always difficult as a wrist spinner, and more so a left arm wrist spinner, a very rare breed. So certainly good to see this encouragement, see him open up the attack. There's a bit of sameness to the Jamaica spin attack. All taking it the same direction pretty much. Bit too full and is guided down to mid-off. Branch is back on strike, got 60 runs. Nicely forward to finish off that first over, well negotiated. Gonna be Deshaun James to open up the attack from the northern end here on D2. This under 17 encounter between Barbados and Jamaica. Deshaun James didn't get the greatest start to his spell yesterday. Of course, batsmen didn't make it easy for him either. Went at quite a rapid pace. He'd be hoping to correct what wrong he did yesterday. 2 slips. Backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, backward square and long leg. And that's not where you would want to be starting off. Just send that one down the leg side and he'd have to get himself back into rhythm. He'd be hoping that was just a loosener and can get back to business now. Bit of an overcorrection now, going a bit too wide outside off stump. Just trying to cut that delivery, not making any contact. Have another look at it. Just dying on his way to the keeper Nelson. Just giving Scott a high five. Being able to take that one. Suppose when it does die, coming on to the keeper, especially even when the pacers are bowling, it lands in that dusty patch right in front of where Nelson's standing at. It's not easy. Just nicely back and played that one past point. Gonna run 2. Bell looking quite comfortable here as well. Just guided that one. Ran 2. The partnership so far between Bell and Branch has also seen some really positive running. Partnership now up to 31. Going at quite a respectable pace. James again, and this time he's bowled. Bell completely dismantled those stumps. Bell just ran those few deliveries ago, looking so comfortable, but this time it kept a bit low, especially even on the wicket. As we saw yesterday, it kept low, more outside of where the stumps are, but this time just targeting the stumps and getting an early breakthrough. So I also say good morning to Liam Mamchan, who's brought a wicket with him.
Well, I think Jamaica would be happy to have me here. But yeah, it was really a poor shot though from Bell. It was full, it was in the slot. Probably did keep a bit low, but I think it was a pretty rash shot. But that shot, to me, it shows me the intentions of how Jamaica want to go, how Barbados want to go about it this morning. Probably want to get to 250, 300 as quickly as possible and get a run in at the Jamaican batsman.
I think that's well within what they would be looking to do. We also see Greenwich coming back out to continue where he left off from yesterday. Well, you'd hope he continues where he left off from yesterday.
It would have been on about 20 odd, I believe it was. So we just await confirmation on that. But he was looking comfortable. He was looking really good. And pretty weirdly just came off the field. Didn't seem to have any injury or anything of the sort. But he's back out now. 193 for 5.
Haven't quite gotten the full brightness out there. Quite bit more cloudy than what we saw yesterday. There's a bit of rain around. Not sure if that would play into their decision making as yet. Still quite early here on day 2.
There's some rain on the forecast, as you mentioned, and that should, I think, maybe the Bajans would have looked at the weather today and seen that, there is some rain around, and that's why they're going to come out in an aggressive manner this morning and get this run as quickly as possible. It's going to take, Branch is on 60 of 92, but it's a new day. He's going to have to get set a bit full toss this time from James. And the wicketkeeper there had a bit of an issue with that one, Pajay Nelson.
He's really not found much rhythm on this wicket throughout his spell, apart from that wicket. Just began this over as well, sending one down the leg side.
It's going to be Vittel Laws to continue. Number 21 on his back. Had a decent outing yesterday. I think he would have wanted to do a bit better, but he's in now from the southern end here at the National Cricket Centre. 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. Looking to have a sweep early on is Joshua Branch, and that one is running down towards fine leg, and it's cut off in the end there by Silvera, and they're going to get back for 2 easily.
It's a bit too straight, allowing him to play that sweep quite easily.
Good to see a word there between DeMarco Scott. He's come out from first slip to have a word with Laws.
Of course, now left hand and right hand partnership, as far as batting is concerned, going to be a bit more difficult to deal with from a bowling perspective.
Too wide, and Branch had a play at it, but missing it out on that occasion. What do you think Jamaica have to do this morning in terms of limiting the Bajan batsmen, in terms of their fields or maybe the lines that they have to bowl? Do you think they have to be a bit negative and bowl wide if Barbados are going to play shots like that?
That's a interesting way to go about it, and it might just work because given at this sort of level, might be able to just get the batsman playing a loose shot as opposed to building up pressure in a more traditional way.
Yeah, I think there's and that's what I love about the longer format of the game, the strategies that you have to put in place. You know that a team is going to go hard early on this morning, then they're going to look for quick runs. How do you counteract that? And well, that's a beauty from Vittel Laws, and he's bowled him. Michael Greenwich goes. What a delivery that is, and we spoke about this yesterday. Vittel Laws, if he gets it on and around that leg stump line, swinging back in, or turning away, I mean, he's going to be so dangerous. He appealed to the umpire because he wasn't quite sure, but it hit the top of off.
Finally, being able to get one exactly where he would have wanted to. Would be quite pleased with that delivery, Vittel Laws. And was able to get Micah Greenwich out. Greenwich not able to add to his overnight score. Two quick wickets to begin with, and probably not from the two bowlers you might have expected it from given what we saw yesterday, but certainly two of the more attacking bowlers.
That brings Andre Batista out there. He had a good time out with the ball and in the field.
Of course, you also wonder if that's a bit of the preparation moisture that you spoke of yesterday as well. In addition to the extra moisture, the extra clouds around.
And there's not really any overnight showers or anything of the sort. So
Doesn't really seem too windy out there at the moment either. So Andre Batiste, can he replicate what we saw from his fielding yesterday?
yeah, he took a good catch yesterday. Yeah, Laws has started well here. Getting the ball to turn sharply away from Zondre Batiste. On delivery to go in over number 52. well. The demons awakening in this pitch here at National Cricket Centre. Let's have a look at that again. That one pitching just on about the looks like off stump, outside the off stump, and bouncing sharply. That's going to be something to be concerned about for the Bajan batsmen. They've already lost 2 early wickets this morning. 196 for 6 they faltered to now. Deshaun James is going to continue from the northern end. There's James running in. Down the leg side again. Now Joshua Branch is going to have to carry this innings to where they'd want to be. They want to get to 250, 300. 300 maybe a bit unlikely, no. 250 definitely more workable. As I think we've just seen the first wicket down in the test match. West Indies strike. Tony Dezorzi bowled Jaden Seals. Good start for the West Indies there as Deshaun James runs into bowl to Branch. You could just see that ball hitting and slowing up on the pitch.
Makes up for a bit more rhythm. This over Deshaun James. And it's Batiste. Strike to face up to Peace for the first time here. And we also saw, similar to yesterday, is when we see Peace and spin bowling in tandem, wickets fell quite a quick rate as well.
Yeah, we saw that with that after lunch session. This one wide from James outside the off stump. Yeah, we saw that when in that after lunch session, we saw, I think it was Bell came in. It was Bell came in and picked up 4 quick wickets, and with a spin on the other end. Then Gittins came on from the other end as well. So combinations have been good from both teams so far. I think Jamaica have been on it this morning. Didn't have the greatest of days out there yesterday, but they were completely switched on this morning, picking up 2 early wickets. Just about 8 runs scored for the session so far.
Well, James would have been pretty proud of that wicket that he picked up off Bell, because Bell would have picked him up yesterday in that same spell of 4 for 12, so there's a bit of by play involved as well.
Wide again outside the off stump, but You could see that Zondre Batiste is not afraid to play at those. He's chasing them when they're even that wide. Let's have a look at that again.
His wide delivery certainly tempting him, so wouldn't really perturb James from continuing with that sort of attack.
You've got to think that maybe that's the plan.
Because if he is going to go wide, there's just that one fielder that slip on a vacant area, so he does get an edge. Goes right past it through that area as well, so got a bit more timing than just edging it there on that occasion, but through that same spot I was just speaking about.
Yeah, I don't think that one was an edge. Just have a look at it again. It looked like he meaningfully opened the face there and guided it past that area that you were just speaking about, down to the third man boundary for 4. That brings up the 200 as well for Barbados. They move on now to 201 for 6 in 53 overs. I think if you're going to bowl that line, Dylan, you might as well put an extra slip in, or have at least a third man there cutting off that boundary option. You don't want them to run away. They've gotten to 200 now. He's going to grow in confidence. Branch is obviously set out there on 64 from yesterday. He's going to have to take a couple of deliveries just to get back into rhythm, but
that is where I was going with that thought, and really haven't seen many pieces bowl without a third man.
Field now for Lords to Branch. There's a first slip, backward point, cover, mid off, short mid wicket, a long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a short fine leg, more of a backward square really. As well as he's into bowl. Has a sweep at that one, and it's good from Branch. The wicket is turning, so the sweep is always a good option. Chance of a run out, and not collecting cleanly is Paji Nelson. And they get 2 runs. Outside edge from Branch this time, and that's going to be welcome runs for the Bajans. They pick up 2 more. One not turning as much and peeling off the outside edge. You get 2. Score moves on to 205 for 6 now.
Branch now up to 68. It would be up to him to just guide these low order batsmen. Vicious turn now, troubling those behind the stumps as well. Scott had to run back to eventually cleaned up by someone else.
So that brings us to the end of another decent Vitello's over. Joshua Branch has been the man that's led this innings from the front. He is on 68. So Andre Batiste 4 of 6. And Deshaun James to continue. 6 overs, 1 for 27. His last 4 overs, 1 for 12. It's not been bad in that remark. Driven nicely from Branch. Beats the fielder. Oh wow, what a shot that was. It's all timing from Joshua Branch, and he picks up 2 easy runs. Let's have a look at this again. Just leaned on it and pushed it past the fielder cover and the fielder mid-off. Couldn't really get around, and they pick up 2 easily. Driven outside the off stamp, and they're going to go back for 2. This is really good batting from Branch. Good running as well. Cool. Well, 3 twos in the over already. Joshua Branch, you can see he's feeling a bit of wear and tear early on here. He batted all day yesterday. Was in the field for about 34 overs. And he's come out today. And he's really been running. He's not been finding the boundary. He's been getting very close though. And that results in him having to run a bit more. 74 not out.
He's running with quite an intensity yesterday as well, so Youth keeping him in check. Good thing is, even though he hasn't found those boundaries so far this morning, hasn't looked too flustered. Continue to just play educated shots towards the ball, play it on its merit. Not sure what's going on there. See the third umpire just make his way towards the boundary rope.
Not quite sure if it's a change of ball or...
Might just be stretching his legs, knowing that they covered up that drain from yesterday, so he might have less work to do today.
Time. Something about the off stump again. Good bowling from James. That one had some pace on it, and Branch kept it out nicely. See umpire Simon Arun going out there. $212 for 6. Sharp turn again. A beautiful delivery there from Vital Laws. Get through for the single there. Good delivery from Vital Laws there. Good. Just don't want the googly going the other way. Laws has really looked a different bowler this morning. He's been on his game. That one again turning sharply back in to Joshua Branch. And Laws getting the better of him on this occasion. Still out there though, still battling on a hard wicket to bat. This is good from Jamaica. They've really come out and done well this morning. Sean James is back. He's going to continue his fourth over for this morning session. That one not getting through to the keeper. Driving and down to third man. We saw earlier that there was a drive down to third man. No third man was there. They picked up a boundary, but there's a third man out there now. Just one. Better planning from the Jamaicans at this stage. Looking for two here, and they're going to get there easily. Branch moves on to 76 now. Feel for LBW there, just maybe a bit too high. Come.
Liam. Vishram. Ira, nice to meet you. Both Vinny's sons.
It's 216 for 6. Vettel Laws is in at number. It's a ball over number 58. 36 for Deshaun James in his 8 overs thus far. And I welcome Vishram with me now. He's going to take over from. Here's Laws. He's in to bowl to Zondre Batiste. Cuts away nicely, but straight to cover. And they're going to get 1 run. Brings Joshua Branch, who's looked really comfortable this morning on strike. Morning, Visham.
Good morning, Liam. Welcome to all our viewers here at the National Cricket Centre. Jamaica under the pump and Barbados in a very commanding position. So we continue to look at Laws, left arm Chinaman.
Laws has been good this morning. I think yesterday he was a bit all over the place, but he's been right on it this morning. And I think that goes for the entire Jamaican outfit. I think both James and him have come in and they've bowled well. They've built a bit of pressure, picked up 2 early wickets, but Branch and Batiste seem to be settling into a nice partnership here.
Agreed. Joshua Branch continues to continue to perform very well. It's been a very impressive innings by him thus far.
Well, we thought that the approach early this morning would have been for the Bajans to come out and go for gold a bit, get at 250, 300 as quickly as possible. But we saw a couple of loose shots from Bell when he got out, obviously, playing across the line and got his off stump, knocked out the ground. And we saw Branch play some out of character shots really, but it shows me that Barbados were looking to score early, but the Jamaicans really have pinned them down, picking up those 2 wickets and pulling these tight lines and lengths. It's not been easy at all for the Bajans. And on a wicket like this, where it's turning so much, it's definitely been an issue.
Thus far, we've been graced with some good weather. We prediction for rain today, 85% chance of rain, but so far we've been lucky.
See Branch on this occasion playing for turn again, which you can't blame him. It's been turning quite a lot since the first session yesterday, but this one just sliding on a bit. Good delivery from Laws.
And Vettel has shown that his control has definitely been a lot better today.
Yeah, he's been on it.
And good variation with the Chinaman and the Googlies. Stroked away another single to these. to Joshua Branch, moves him on to 77.
Let's take a look at the bowling figures. Pick of the bowlers, Tyreek Bryan, 8 overs, 2 for 34. Bit surprised that we've not seen him more today. It looks like it's going to be James to continue. Getting an extended run this morning. Gotta say though, it's not much in the wicket for fast bowlers. It's a slow wicket. It's maybe keeping a bit low now, but it's been a slow wicket. There's not much bounce in it. We saw one delivery really bounce extravagantly this morning. But other than that, I think it's been a wicket where spinners could definitely feel
at home.
Definitely. It looks like James is going to continue.
Yeah, it's a very worn square as well. I mean, we've had cricket here at the NCC for an extended period of time, so the ground staff hasn't gotten the opportunity to really work and put some grass onto the square. So definitely a spinner's paradise.
A lot of dust around as well as James runs into bowl to Joshua Branch, who's
and he goes over the top, and that's a maximum. Joshua Branch opening up his arms here and going over deep mid wicket.
You could see that he made up his mind early. We saw him take that step deep into the crease and got underneath it nicely and played it over where maybe a mid wicket would have been, and got 6 runs. So Branch looking to up the ante here, maybe to try to get Barbados to 250, and quite possibly they could get Jamaica back into batting before lunch. If they get a lead of that 150, 155, I think they'll be very happy with that, and they'll back themselves to bowl Jamaica out cheaply again.
Yeah, I think so. They've really put themselves in a very, very commanding position batting. 224 for 6. They've scored at a pretty good run rate. And now we look at their bowling performance earlier. It was very impressive by Bell taking 4. So, and the wicket will just get more difficult to bat on. So I think Jamaica is really facing defeat here. But can they show some fight and see if attempt to hold on for a draw? What do you think? Liam.
I think Barbados, what they don't want to do is bat last. It's going to be really tough to bat last on this wicket, chasing anything too much. I think if you're chasing anything around that 50 to 75, it should be okay, but I think anything more than that is going to be really difficult for them. I think maybe the best option for them might be to try to get that lead to 200, 175, 200 as quickly as possible. And I think it's not going to be easy for Jamaica to bat here second. They struggled in the first innings when it wasn't as bad, and it's just gotten worse. Kept that one out nicely. Branch, good delivery from Deshaun James though.
Deshaun has been a bit expensive, going at over 5 runs and over.
I'd expect a bit more from him. He's the senior fast bowler in this lineup, senior player. Represented the West Indies under 19 at the World Cup earlier this year, and will be trying to stake his claim for the next World Cup in 2026. Overpitched again from James, and just one driven to Silvera at mid-off. They get 1.
It's been a good partnership after losing 2 early wickets. Breaking the momentum of Jamaica. So Barbados just solidifying their position.
I think what's been different about this partnership is that Branch has dominated it. Branch has made sure to take most of the strike, and is giving Batista a bit of confidence as well. Sam hit a bit uppish and a misfield from the field, that square leg. They're going to come back for 2.
The run in between the wickets has been impressive as well. They've been attempting to, get every run that's available to them. So, all bodes well for West Indies cricket when you see these youngsters showing a lot of intensity in between within the wicket.
Yeah, there's been a lot of twos, there's been a couple of threes as well, quick between the wickets. It's been good to see.
There we go. A very good partnership for the 7th wicket. There we go again. Excellent running between the wickets. Direct hit, but he's well home. So Barbados continue to just pile on the pressure onto Jamaica here.
Partnership 32 of 43, dominated by Branch, obviously. 21 of that coming off of his bat.
He'll definitely be eyeing up the first century of the regional under-17 tournament. Also a very impressive knock by Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, he was a bit unlucky in the manner in which he got out that one, pitching closer to the bowler than the batsman, and it rolled through pretty much and hit him on the bottom of his pad. He had to feel slighted just after getting his 50. Wicket has fallen in the Trinidad and Tobago Guyana game. Aaron Bassan picked up the wicket of Jonathan Van Land, so Guyana now 141 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to claim first innings points there. Guyana trail by 62 runs, 63 runs in fact, and 5 wickets in hand. It's going to be an interesting finish at that one.
Definitely excitement in Shanali Park in Presal. A fight for first innings points. We hope that we continue to get great weather so that we can have cricket. These youngsters all aiming to get into the West Indies Under-19 World Cup squad. So the more time on the park will be better for these young men. Vittel continues.
Over pitch this time down to that deep mid-wicket fielder. Easy single that brings Branch back into strike. 84. He really has looked in complete control. 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. A long one, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg.
Strongly built man. And he's hit some he's hit a couple maximums as well, so oh, beautifully bowled. A massive appeal, and he's given. Umpire Ryan Banwari raising the finger, the index finger, and he goes. Beautifully bowled there by Vittel, taking the outside edge, and very, very well taken by the keeper, Liam.
Yeah, it really was a good delivery right on spot. Pitching the googly exactly where you would want to. And Branch not expecting that, and unfortunately for him misses out on the first 100 of the regional under-17 competition. Rajai Gittins is the new man in, but you got to feel for Branch there. But it really you got to give a lot of credit to Laws. I think as a left-arm wrist spinner, he had a really rough day out yesterday. He was all over the shop, and he was a bit too short. Today he's pitched up the ball. He's been in good areas, and it's not been easy for him. There's a left hand and a right hand out there, and he's adjusted so well and picked up 2 early wickets this morning, and has given Jamaica a bit of hope in this game.
He's really been impressive. Excellent, excellent bowling. He's really shown a lot of control, and you can see how disappointed Joshua Branch is, walking off dejected, but he should be very proud. He should be a proud young man. The highest score of the Under-17 tournament thus far. He's led Barbados to a commanding position.
Looking at the situation now, I think Barbados might just be looking to get that other batting point, that next batting point at 250, and then one gets into just help Zondre Batiste get those 21 runs without losing wickets. You don't want to let Jamaica get too many wickets either to give them a bowling point. So it's all about strategies here. I'm not sure exactly how the coaches would be thinking about it, but it's going to be interesting to see what strategies they put in place now as Gittins is in to face his first delivery to Laws, and it's not an easy wicket to come in and bat on.
Especially to this young man who's turning the ball both ways, and he's demonstrating a lot of control here today. Here we go again.
Looking at that replay there, similar delivery to what just got Joshua Branch, and I think what got Branch as well was the extra bounce on that one, and that shows you that there is some demons in this wicket. So here's Laws again. Well, an interesting decision there. I think maybe might have hit him outside the line of the off stump. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, I think definitely it's
Maybe
right part outside the off stump.
Maybe not coming back in too much, but
To just slide on a bit.
and the batter's unsure which way it's turning here.
Laws, all of a sudden you just have the feeling that Jamaica are going to go for the kill here. They're really on top of this first session. Well, that one back in, not turning much, and I think Gittins on the back foot is maybe not the best option. Great over there from Vittel Laws. That brings us to the end of over number 60, 229 for 7. Just approaching the first hour. Gonna get the drinks break soon, and I think the Barbados need to take it in small sessions at this point in time. You just bat the next 5 minutes, get to the drinks break, and then look to take it to lunch from there and see what position you're in, how you want to go forward. Deshaun James is going to continue. Really is getting an extended spell here this morning.
They already have first innings points in the bag. Now just looking to get an additional batting point, and then possibly go for the outright victory.
Well, we mentioned that there is some rain about that is alleged that it's going to be raining a bit later, and I think they've got to keep that in mind as well. I think the quicker they get Jamaica in and get a run in at them, the better chance you have of picking up some extra bowling points as well.
Every point very, very valuable in this 2D under 17 competition.
I mean, we saw last year that the Trinidad and Tobago team would have come second, and they lost on one fast bowling point, a singular fast bowling wicket, and you got to feel it for them. And I think that's why the skipper's really going with Deshaun James here, and he's sticking to James and hoping he picks up wickets for him. And then there's obviously wrist spin points now in this version of the game, in the 2-day format, and Vittel Laws has really been piling on the points. He's got 2, and he looks like he could get the next 3 on his own as well.
So just for our viewers, once a fast bowler gets a wicket, and as well as the wrist spinners, the team gets an additional point. The reason for that, Cricket West Indies has decided that we really need to invest into our wrist spinners and fast bowlers, encourage them. The more opportunity they get to bowl, the more experience that they will get. We really do wrist spinners are match winners, and we haven't had many wrist spinners in the Caribbean lately. We've seen a lot more left arm orthodox.
Updates in the West Indies and South Africa test match. South Africa struggling a bit, 20 for 3 in 11 overs. Shamar Joseph has come in 3 overs and picked up 2 wickets for just 1 run.
Well, it's an excellent start for Shamar at his home venue. Providence Stadium, Guyana.
Well, there's a lot of chat about, since the last test about how do you find a way to fit Shamar Joseph into the team? Do you drop one of the spinners and bring him in because he's an X factor on any team. You need to maximize the value of having someone like Shamar Joseph on your team.
Agreed. I mean, it was a difficult decision to leave out Kima, our spearhead of the attack, and to bring in Shamar. But knowing conditions, giving him the advantage. But I think Warrican was very, very impressive in the first test. And
With both bat and ball.
with both and that is correct. That is correct. He literally outbowled Gudakesh in that game. But I think two spinners, you see South Africa also playing two spinners here today. So it's definitely, they expect the wicket to get lower and slower with a lot of turns. So
Yeah, I mean, based on how much of a years now that regional cricket has been played in Guyana, it's always a wicket that's going to turn. You know that day 3, day 4 is going to be very rough. And I saw the pitch report this morning. There was a bit of grass on the wicket, and that having Shamar Joseph there and having the West Indies bowl first, they're going to get a lot out of that wicket early on.
all right, cool. I'll come and talk the next time. All right, no problem. So what would you do?
One ball to go here in the 61st over. Drinks break imminent. Likely to get one more over in before we get to that.
Good delivery from James. They've been tight. They've been really good this morning, Jamaica. I think if you're going to rate the first hour, Dylan, you got to see that Jamaica in the lead here. In terms of the first hour, not in terms of the game, definitely. I think Barbados are well in front of the game right now. But I think after a rough first day, you're going to be a bit dejected after a day like that. You got to admire the way that they've come in this morning and they've fought and they've bounced back so well.
Certainly picking up those 3 wickets in this first part of the morning session.
Just about 43 runs as well. They've not let anything get too much away from them. Barbados, though, have still scored at a good rate.
Yeah, that's it. The other side of that same argument is that they have just continued to push on and develop themselves into this game. Seem to be firmly in front now.
Looking to cut and gets a single. Good quick single there. Just missing his run there is Vital Laws.
Two wickets he's been able to get here so far. 6 into his 7th over of the morning here so far, and his figures of just the morning would be 2 for 14, so a real evolution we've seen between yesterday and today. Would have talked through some stuff with the coaches, no doubt, and come back looking much better today. None for 36 in his 9 overs yesterday. Really stepped up today. And again causing some disturbance to the batsmen. Coming down a bit there and getting that into the leg side for a quick single. Looks as if he took drinks a bit early in Guyana.
Brilliant first session for the West Indies so far though. Shamar Joseph is enjoying life out there. In front of his home crowd. First time he's going to be playing in front of his home crowd for... Well, what a shot that was. Didn't get any connection on it and was almost bowled. Brilliant from Vittel Lewis. Yeah, Shamar Joseph will be very happy to be playing his first test match for the West Indies in front of his home crowd.
Gittins wanted to enter that drinks break with a bang.
Very out of character for real. It's not what's needed at this point in time. Lewis really has been missing his run up as well. Quite a lot in this spell. But he's bowled superbly this morning. Well, that one wide outside the off stump and he tugs it down to deep mid wicket for a single. And that's going to be drinks. So we're going to take a short break for drinks and we'll be back. Barbados 236 for 7. We'll see how they continue.
Drinks break also brought the opportunity for Barbados to declare they were happy with the score that they were able to achieve in that first hour. Regardless of those wickets falling, they continued to press on. Hakeem Pollard opening the attack from the northern end, just like we saw yesterday. 236 for 7, Barbados eventually ended up on. It's going to be Brian and Jones who can use this reply for Jamaica. Might be a bit likely that due to the weather that would have spoken about this morning, could have influenced the declaration to be a bit earlier. Because some clouds have built towards the east where the weather usually comes from. Might have just seen it out of the corner of their eye while they were batting and decided to go a bit more aggressive. And I like this. Already we're over 200, so those bonus points were already taken for Barbados. Now with a lead of 133, they're still quite on top.
You gotta think they're gonna be going for that outright victory, and probably winning by an innings as well, because you don't want to really bat last on this wicket, Dylan. It's keeping low. Some have been bouncing extravagantly. A lot of turn.
Don't know if you want to bat at any point on this wicket.
Right about that.
Still not quite finding a good rhythm, Pollard, as we saw yesterday as well.
I think, to be fair, everyone has bowled from that northern end. All the fast bowlers who bowled have struggled with their rhythm. Deshaun James struggled. Pollard obviously struggled. Gittins had some issues with his run-up as well.
Even when we saw Carter bowl from that end, he tended to favour coming around the wicket, only stayed over the wicket for a few deliveries. Not sure if that was just his variation that he likes to use, or if he just didn't quite like running in from that.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery there from Hakeem Pollard. Just pitching and leaving the left-handed Brian. And good delivery there.
Would give him some confidence now. He didn't start off in his first over with a no ball like what we saw yesterday, so positive signs early on from Jamaica. Wonderful delivery, just taking it away from Brian.
You could see Gatson Bowens just looking for the run out as well. That's the end of over number 1. It's 1 without loss. Savio Jones, we saw out of these two, Savio Jones was the one who was more likely to play his shots. You know, we saw Brian a bit more watchful, just batting around, sticking around for a bit, but it was Jones who was looking to play shots early on. It's going to be the Manny Roach to start us off from the southern end. Bowled well yesterday, Dylan.
Certainly was one of the picks of the bowlers yesterday. Could have easily gotten 2 or 3
Yeah, definitely
more wickets.
deserved a bit more than what he got. He had a lot of LBW appeals, a lot of outside edge, beating the outside edge, and he was unlucky to only walk away with 1 wicket.
I think it would be key for Jones to play his shots here. 132 runs behind you. Gotta get up to at least close to that equality mark just to give yourself a chance. They're already quite behind in the game, so it wouldn't really do them too much good to just push and prod it around.
You know, I thought when I looked at the situation of the game this morning, I thought when Barbados came to bowl, they would have started with Roach from this end and Carter from the other end, the left-hand orthodox spinner. And surprisingly, they've gone both with 2 pacers. Maybe they just want Pollard to get a bit of shine off the ball and then bring Carter in to turn the ball.
It's no always easy bowling with that new ball as a spinner, especially at this age.
There's Roach again for his second delivery. Good delivery. Right on about this line of the off.
Three slips in place for Roach, as we saw yesterday as well. Continuing to show great confidence in him. Well deserved as well. So a bit calm out there, a bit quiet, not too much breeze around as we continue to see through the morning.
That one pitching and leaving again outside the off stump. Every day from Joseph Rising. Looking at the test match, Shamar Joseph has really looked good. He's been biting the South Africans a bit there, Dylan.
Well, regardless of which match we're looking at, still able to see a Roach in action.
Not that one. Not seeing Roach for the West Indies today though.
Well, you did call that.
Yeah, I thought, you're looking at the game, you're looking at the build-up of the team. You've got to play Moti at home. It was between, to me, you drop either Moti, who did not perform in the Queen's Park Oval test, or you drop Roach if you want to bring Joseph in. But you got to bring Joseph in for familiarity of home conditions and, bowling in front of your home crowd. You're going to get a lot more support having a man like Shamar Joseph in your 11. And I think for the bit of extra pace as well, Roach is, on the way that wicket in Ghana plays, there's not much pace in it. Shamar Joseph might be able to extract a bit more than Roach. I think Roach is just, he's a bit of a medium pacer, medium fast at this stage of his career, but does get the ball to move around a lot.
Pretty much the same sort of pace that you would see from a Jason Holder.
Yeah.
But at least with Holder, he has that extra height to extract a bit more, and of course his batting as well.
Yeah, so appeal for LBW going down the leg side though. So yeah, you look at the build up of the team. You can't drop Holder because Holder's your all rounder. He's batting at number 6. There's no one who can really come in from the bench and bat where Holder bats and give you a bit with the ball as well. Warrican had 4 wickets plus some runs in the last test, so Warrican is already in. You can't drop him, he's in form.
You see some of the groundsmen getting in place. No immediate threat as yet.
Obviously Jaden Seals. You can't drop Seals, he's been your best fast bowler for the past 2 series. So it was always going to be between Roach and Moti, and I would have stuck with Moti because, Moti's at home. He knows the conditions well, and it's a wicket that turns.
The thing with Roach as well, compared to England too, at least he's around the team to still offer his advice and experience.
Driving outside the off stump and a brilliant diving stop at point there. Looks like it's Kumari Griffith. Good stop there from the field at point, Griffith. Yeah, you're right. You have Roach around for the experience. He's still there to lend a word of advice to the guys throughout the game. Pollard continues to struggle here, Dylan.
Certainly a big man would be looking to get himself into better rhythm. Always difficult here, especially at that northern end that we've seen throughout this match.
A bit of clouds coming around from to the right of us. Driving and beating him right outside the off stump. Coming back in on a good take from Gatson Bowens. Now one coming back in a bit and then angling into the keeper. Bit of pace on that one from Pollard.
Pace has certainly been one of the factors that's looked most impressive about him so far, and of course that left arm angle that's always a bit more rare as a pacer.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the build of him, he's a strong man, a big, tall fast bowler, got a lot of good traits and what you want as a fast bowler. So you see Joshua Dawn, West Indies under 19 player, West Indies Academy player, would have played 2 or 3 first class games towards the end of the season. It's good to see that West Indies Academy team is such a great thing that the Cricket West Indies have put in place to ensure development of players who, they might be a bit inconspicuous in terms of getting into their home nation team. Good stuff again from Griffith at point. Yeah, that academy team has been, they've been impressive. We saw a couple of years back, there was the West Indies emerging players who came out and won the Super 50 in the first year. Joshua Da Silva was a big part of that. That led to his selection to the West Indies team. We've seen throughout the years Teddy Bishop make his debut for the West Indies. We've seen, the careers of Joshua Bishop, Kevin Anderson, these guys come through the academy. Johan Lane, Isaiah Thorne, and now we see Joshua Dawn getting a chance with them. Scored 83 odd in his first class game. It shows you that he's one for the future. He's definitely someone that you want to invest in and look at for long term.
I just think that team is a good addition. Also able to play throughout that first class season and the stay season, but even when they travel, like what we saw to Ireland as well, it's always a great learning experience getting that E-team cricket in different conditions.
Yeah, I think there's only benefits to that. There's no bad for you really. You get to play cricket, you get to play in different conditions as you mentioned. You get to play against players from all around the world. And let's just say 5 years down the road you get picked for the West Indies team and you gotta go to Ireland to play a 5-match test series or 3-match test series, whatever it might be. It's not anything that's too new to you. You've been there before, you've done it before. It's good. It could only do good for your career.
Hopefully we get some 5-match test series. Seems to have gone out of fashion.
You don't really seem to get more than 2 or 3 now.
And certainly with Ireland, I haven't seen them play more than just, I think, a single test in a series. Might have played 2.
Yeah, that's right. They usually just play 1 against England.
Did quite a bit against Afghanistan as well. The 2 newest entrants into the test arena, Ireland and Afghanistan. Oh, we've just seen out of the picture, we've seen some players run some drinks and then run across all the way to the other end. You just see them entering. Picture walking across the side screen. Which is back in after his maiden over.
I like the look of Roach. I think he's run up is nice and strong, good action, runs through the crease. I think he's bowled well considering what the wicket has given him, which is absolutely nothing. He's bowled well.
Both him and Bell really utilized their run up into the action quite well. Not losing too much power at the crease.
Good delivery there from Roach, beating him outside the off stump.
Brian just flirting with that one.
So down to fine leg for one.
One run coming from this over. So far from Damani Roach, as I say. Good morning to Vishram, is it?
Yes, it is Vishram. Yeah. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning to our viewers here again. So we see that Barbados declaring and putting in back Jamaica, trailing by 120 odd runs. Very slow but steady start here, 5 without loss in the fourth over.
Much slower than what we saw in the first innings. A more tentative
Well,
approach.
That's a
Lovely.
beautiful straight drive, and excellent fielding as well. Good commitment by the fielder.
Matisse continues to show his excellence in the field. Yesterday took that brilliant catch and just a drive there from Jones. Looking to break the shackles, likes to play his shots. Still not able to get a boundary as yet.
Kamaraman doing good work there, following the fielder and the ball. So 8 without loss after 4. Jamaica trailing by 125 runs. It's very overcast conditions here at Balmain. What are your thoughts on the game?
I think the declaration came at a good time considering the possible threat of rain, and also Jamaica at this point not really in a position where they could ascend and come back and win, given the length of the game just being 2 days. So Barbados looking to at least be positive, and also see Zachary Carter now coming back in from the northern end, just 4 overs before spin being introduced, and he did bowl quite exceptionally in that first innings.
Definitely a very positive approach here by Barbados, seeking the outright victory. So that's a nicely played shot there by Savio Jones. Stroked neatly into the offside for a single.
Now going to come over the wicket, Carter. Some vicious turn yesterday, as well as bounce from that height.
Very strongly built man, a lot of shoulders. Accuracy is very important here on this wicket because the bounce is very inconsistent, and there's a lot of turn on offer for the spinners as well.
Just looking to be careful, try to feel out how the pitch is playing on day 2 compared to day 1. Did cause them quite a threat yesterday. Only gave away about 6-7 odd runs in his first spell. One point was really going at under a runner over till they got a bit of a better grasp of him. But you're right, the bounce more than anything has done the batsman in compared to any movement. Yes, it's been a good bit of spin, but it's not been really unpredictable spin.
It's consistently turning.
changing to round the wicket for the left-hander. I've seen him do this throughout the day yesterday. Tends to switch up the angles to the left-hander specifically. Stays around the wicket to the right-hander.
Brings his slip into play if it just slides on. Tariq showing a lot of patience here.
It's 1 run from that over from Carter. Tariq had looked quite patient in that first innings as well, up until his eventual dismissal. Jones played his shots early and looked to push as much as he could in that first session. Of course, the partnership between Bryan and Jones, the opening wicket, was 37 runs, I think, before that first wicket fell, and that came in just about 6 overs or so.
Then we saw a collapse.
Quite a big collapse.
Losing their 10 wickets for 70, just about 70 runs. Hence the position that Barbados are in right now, very commanding. As you see, 3 slips in play, and Damian Roach charging in from the sudden end.
Just leaving that alone.
2 on-field umpires as Mr. Sandy and Mr. Banwari. Mr. Sandy is a native from Trinidad, and Mr. Banwari from Guyana.
Would have been a collapse of 66 for 10 yesterday. Getting bowled out for 103 after that first wicket partnership at 37. Barbados would be hoping for similar sort of action today. Just flirting with that one.
As you see, a very low bounce. So wicket to wicket would be the order of the day.
That is one aspect, one thing they could try to do, but a lot of times we do see on this wicket that it tends to be a bit more consistent when you pitch it on the stumps compared to staying a bit lower when you bowl wider. Just examining that pitch is Jones. He's not too friendly with it in its current state. Haven't seen him look to play his shots yet. Just wanting to get a better feel of what it's gonna do.
Very steady by Damani Roach.
So it's 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. As one of those fielders just went into the leg side at deep square leg. And to end off, we have a long leg as well.
We haven't seen many short balls in this game. Wicket really isn't responsive to the short ball. But there you go.
Well, you have brought a short ball with you. No danger there, just landing in between 2 of those leg side fielders.
Excellent short delivery by Damani, and batter going for the hook. Not getting much onto it and just deflecting it into backward square for a single.
You're a fast bowler. You just brought that bouncer at will.
Actually bowl a bit of off break. In my earlier days.
He put into that Jamaican attack 3 off spinners deployed yesterday. His leg side-ish now. Roach not getting his line right, and that's going to run away for 4. Looks like he got some bat on it. Umpire just signaled 4 runs. A bit streaky from Bryan, but just missing that. The keeper wouldn't have expected the ball to come that direction.
Jamaica will not only be looking to secure a draw, but also, valuable points at stake here, batting points. So the more that they can accumulate, it will be better for them going into the tournament.
Certainly that would at least encourage them to play a bit more positively than just dead batting it until stumps.
Agreed.
Edge going a bit short of the slips there.
Short spells for the opening left-arm pacer. Pollard, 2 overs, none for 3.
Second over for Carter. You'll look to just continue pitching that ball in the same area. Continue to get some variable bounce.
Lots of turn, slip and gully in play. Six-3 field.
He's cutting that one. Savio Jones through that offside, dissected 2 of those fielders, and he's gonna get 2 runs for it.
Normally here at the NCC, you would see that ball running away to the boundary, but the outfield is a bit heavy.
It has been a feature yesterday and today. Balls just slowing up in that outfield. Even when it went past the boundary rope at one point. Lovely delivery there from Carter. Bit straighter. Did go past the rope at one point and took them a while to even fetch it from some of the tall grass.
A bit too wide.
Again, just some subtle variation from Carter. Straight on those previous 2 deliveries, and it fuller now.
Very steady by Savio.
Well, that's a pretty much full toss that went through everyone. Was gonna run towards the boundary, but again, quite slow getting closer. As it got closer there to the boundary, Shaquan Bell does fielding. It's a sticky situation there with all the dust that the ball would have brought up with it. We can now march along to 17. So just increasing that scoring rate a tad bit.
So in the first inning, Shaquan Bell taking 4 wickets, so just a matter of time we'll see him being introduced into the attack as well.
Yeah, I think he would be introduced quite a bit earlier than what we saw in that first innings. Just came on for 2 overs before that lunch interval, and as soon as came back on after lunch, took those 4 wickets in a matter of just 4 or so overs.
Clouds quickly developing here on the eastern side.
Continue to develop, but not too much of a strong breeze out there, just a bit steady, so just slowing the development of the clouds, slowing their arrival here.
Hoping that it doesn't bring any rain with it.
No, Jamaica would be open for some rain.
Damani continues.
It's his 4th over now, bowled 6 overs in his opening spell yesterday. It's too wide. Not at all tempting Jones to play at that. Just 2 slips now. Strengthen that onside field now. 4 on the onside.
It's been economical, but not threatening.
He looked a bit more threatening yesterday. Continually good signs from the Barbadians specifically, because although we also saw yesterday from Roach and Pollard was in there opening overs, saw them bowl some no balls and a few more wayward deliveries, so at least taking the lessons from the pitch and putting them to good use in just 24 hours or so.
Agree, we definitely don't want to see these youngsters overstepping the front crease on a regular basis. It's been perennial problem with our fast bowlers.
He's cutting at Darwin and Savio Jones, just gonna get a single, quick single.
I've been very, very impressed by the running between the wickets with most batsmen in this match so far. Your thoughts?
Certainly the running has been a good feature at times, especially you think to Joshua Dawn and Branch as well.
Definitely show the experience in Barbados' first innings.
And well, crossing Guyana, Holder just got the wicket of Tristan Stubbs.
So West Indies also in a very good position here in Providence. It's 57 for 4.
Each pacer across there getting their reward as well.
Damani striding in, passing umpire Salandi. Another quick single. (19) without loss in the 8th over. Very solid opening partnership here by Jamaica. Just a few minutes again for lunch, so definitely don't want to lose out any wicket at this point in time, or any point in time. But
Well, that issue did plague them yesterday. 2 wickets fell right before the drinks break, and 2 wickets fell before the lunch break as well, but there was another wicket in between those as well, which to finish off his 4th over here, and bit of a late leave from Savio Jones. Down 19 for none. So I think at this point what Jamaica would just be looking to do is survive until that break. Then maybe after lunch, where we tend to see that the wicket becomes a bit easier to bat on as well, they might look to capitalize.
could definitely see a lot of deterioration on the wicket. It's been heavily used throughout our cricket season. Captain Dawn continuing with Carter from the northern end. Excellent work there by Batiste.
He continues to show his prowess in the field, not at all afraid to dive around, and again at this point, just as we saw yesterday, some stains on his clothing, and that's a lovely delivery from Zachary Carter. Just aimed that one across Tyreek Bryan and took that catch so cleanly, just getting a faint edge on it, and just as you would have been talking about before, just using that round the wicket angle to slide the ball across him and slip, making no mistake. Joshua Dawn, captain, not at all putting that down.
Excellent cricket here by Barbados again. You can see that they're thinking the game. Carter, was first over or so he was over the wicket, then changing the angle, going across, getting the edge, and Captain Dawn taking a very comfortable catch. So Jamaica losing their first wicket at 19 is still trail. And as you were saying, they continue to lose wickets just before the interval.
Well, to continue the trend, they'd have to lose a second for it to be exactly as we saw yesterday.
Concentration definitely seems to be an issue.
I'm not too sure why he played at that delivery as well. That angle, the ball sliding across, would have been no danger to the stumps.
As I was looking at Vittel earlier, the batters doesn't seem to unable to predict the turn. So, and what are your thoughts on Vittel's spell this morning?
Vittel's spell this morning was certainly way better than what we saw yesterday. Went 9 overs yesterday, wicketless for 36 runs, and then this morning picked up 2 for 15, 16 odd, and was much better this morning. Started off a bit shaky, but really worked himself into the spell and took advantage of Barbados, who were looking to go for quicker runs.
Correct. All these young men vying for a position for our World Cup squad in 2026.
And again, a lovely delivery, a shout for LBW, a quote there from Carter. Continues to build pressure.
Possibly thoughts of bringing in a second slip or a gully.
Well, at this period here with just 6 or so minutes remaining, 4 minutes remaining in fact, just want to put as much fielders in that batsman's eye line as you can. Of course, can't go with the close infielders due to safety regulations, but certainly another slip would be well within the scope.
Very
down to sweep David Duor, unable to get himself off the mark.
wicket taking over there by Carter. So at the end of 9 overs, Jamaica 19 for 1.
Has been tough out there. The only boundary coming off of Tyreek Bryan, who's already fell, and even in that case the boundary was a tickle down the leg side that wasn't in full control of. At least from what I've seen out there, it looks like most of those heavy clouds have gone a bit more northward. So a good sign.
We have a bowling change from the sudden end. Captain Dawn, Joshua Dawn taking over the attack, replacing Damani Roach. Joshua is an off spinner. Number 5 on his back. Bowling to Savio.
Well, first time in the match we're seeing Dawn bowl in the first innings. It's a low full toss and just defended out that extra cover fielder.
You can see a lack of intent there by Savio. It's a full delivery, just stroking it, not looking to bash it away. That's better by Joshua.
Well, I'm not too sure if that delivery was intended, but just to keep Jones awake, it might have been a decent shot. Just looking to head toward that lunch interval. Just put that ball up there and ask him to hit it. If he misses it, it's directly at the stumps. Too straight from Joshua Dawn.
going down the leg side, but very well done by the keeper.
I think the keeper from the Barbados team has been quite impressive as well. Not an easy place here to wicket keep.
Here we go again, unpredictable bounce. This one cramping the batsman for some room.
By my clock, it's just 1 more minute remaining, but well, it's just struck over to 12, so umpires take the bails off and players are now getting ready to get off the field. 19 for 1, the Jamaican reply here in this third innings in 10 overs so far. How do you see it from this point forward?
Yeah, Barbados still with a lead of 114 runs. 2 sessions remaining. Barbados, I mean, it all depends on the weather, of course, but Barbados will definitely be pressing for an outright victory. They're in a commanding position. Jamaica will have to, I mean, they have 9 wickets in hand. They'll definitely have to bat some time and, at least build some partnerships. It's very, very important that these young men get time at the crease, build their confidence. But at this point in time, Barbados definitely aiming for an outright victory here.
Certainly would be looking towards that victory, just 9 wickets away. Of course, if still over 100 runs in the lead, so great position here for Barbados as we head towards that lunch interval. We'll take a break of about 35, 37 minutes and we'll be back with you for coverage of the second session.
So we're back here for session number 2 today. Dylan crowds around, but it seems to just be separating a bit.
Clouds have almost surrounded the venue, but almost as if we're in the eye of any impending storm.
19 for 1. Zachary Carter continues from the northern end. We saw yesterday how well he did. And it's now back into the attack. He's already got the breakthrough. He's now switched over the wicket to David Dewar.
That he's gonna bowl 2 deliveries over the wicket, then switch back to round. Seen him do that throughout his bowling spell.
Yeah, just trying to switch up the angles a bit and not allow Dewar to get too comfortable. That's a big slog sweep, but it's dropped! Well, well, well. That fielder there at mid-wicket, dropping him on this occasion.
Well, you'd want to be on it as soon as you get back out there. Don't give away any chances. A bit difficult to take that catch, but still a likely chance.
Carter will be disappointed, I'll tell you that. Bowled so well, and a lot of pressure has been building since yesterday, to be honest, in the way he's bowled, and unfortunately not picking up the wicket of Dewar there. Good finish to the over. So it's the end of 11. 21 for 1.
Barbados would certainly not be too pleased with that drop going down. 9 wickets away for victory for them, and want to utilize every opportunity of taking those wickets that they can.
Looks like Shaquan Bell is going to take over from the southern end, and Dylan, if it's based on anything we saw yesterday, Bell came on after lunch. Well, 2 overs before lunch, came on after lunch and picked up 4 wickets. So he want to replicate that or replicate anything close to that, he would be happy.
Well, he certainly would be energized from his lunch, just as he was yesterday, and really look to continue to hustle the batsmen.
Just waiting on the scorers there, but it's 21 for 1 at the end of 11. There's a drop catch in the last over. Wide outside the off stump from Bell, and no shot offered. Bell to continue. Good delivery from Bell, and a beautiful caught behind. Not out, says umpire Bandari. What a delivery that was, though, from Shaquan Bell.
Continuing to impress is Shaquan Bell. Just in the first over of his spell here today and already looking to continue from where he left off. Well, again, and that's high, that's over the offside and just over that fielder at cover. Unable to get to it. Scrambling to and get back safe eventually.
Bell almost went for it on his own there when it went up in the air. You could see him just coming back from cover now. But
Bell with a number 6 on his shirt. 6 wickets for him to get 10 in the match.
so it's going to be Zachary Carter to continue. 23 for 1 at the end of 12. That Bell over going for 3. And sneak a quick single there. Somehow Carter not being able to extract as much strain as we saw him get yesterday.
It's a bit odd. I wonder why he hasn't been able to extract that sort of turn yet. Of course, we did see him introduced into the attack a lot later on yesterday. So it was quite a bit of a chance for the ball to get a bit older before he was introduced yesterday. And, well, the way that Jamaica started off yesterday as well, started off quite aggressively, hitting the ball around the ground, would have had more chance to put some wear and tear on the ball as well. It's a straighter one.
And on a wicket like this, where the ball is turning this much, high in the air, and the short leg fielder gets underneath it. In fact, the cover fielder gets underneath it, and it's an easy catch for Damari Roach, and that is going to be the end of
Savio Jones.
Yeah, it is going to be the end of Savio Jones. And another wicket for Carter. Looking to take the attack to him. And unfortunately, not getting the connection he would have liked. And led to his demise. So that is the fall of the second wicket. And Barbados really in a good position now to win this game.
I don't think it was the worst shot he could have played, given the bowler tried to go a bit straighter and just wasn't able to get the right sort of timing on it.
It's going to be the Marcus Scott in at number 4 for the Jamaica under 17 team. Batted well yesterday before he got out.
Scott only Austin for 10 runs yesterday, 45 deliveries he was able to face. It's a pretty long partnership with Binns that absorbed a lot of deliveries but didn't really equate to much runs. So now they have these 2 slips and sort of between gully and a silly point.
Good aggressive field settings from Joshua Donny. Slip fielders Bell and Dawn. That man at short silly gully or whatever you want to call it.
So we call it a short point.
Oh, that one straightening a bit as well.
He's looked to hold that straight arm delivery a bit more today. Well, that was nicely timed from Scott. Isn't gonna go towards that boundary, just pulling up in that thick outfield. But off the mark for his bowl. End of the over there for Carter.
The end of the over 26 for 2.
Continues from the southern end. Hands go up. Quite a bit going on out there. Again, not able to hit the stumps directly for the effect of a run out.
Twenty-seven for 2.
Scott now facing up to Bell.
Outside the off stump. Moving away from the right hander there.
There's two slips in place. Backward point. There's two fielders around that cover region. One a bit short, one at regulation cover.
Once again, similar delivery from Bell, and he's continued his trend of bowling great overs after lunch. It's definitely seeming to cause some issues for DeMarco Scott here.
I wonder if it's his lunch making him bowl better, or whether Jamaicans just haven't quite digested theirs as yet.
And definitely seems to be motivated by the lunch break.
Well, any break would rejuvenate you as a player when you're out there all day.
Quick single, Don throws, and well, I thought Don was looking for the stumps there. Bell jumped in the way of it to stop it, and I think it might have been close if Don hit the stumps, but guess we'll just have to wonder.
I think they'll just need to look at that later, and coach might tell Bell that just clear yourself from the stumps anytime see a single being run. Always want to have that full view of the stumps with the chance of any run out.
Another wicket has fallen in the West Indies Test match. Shamar Joseph picks up his third. Gotten rid of David Bedingham. Got behind Joshua Da Silva taking the catch.
Faint edge there, Joshua Da Silva making no mistake. Pitched up as well.
The homeboy showing his weight there, showing that he's not just a one-hit wonder we saw in Australia. Didn't have the greatest of times in England, and I think it's all about experience for him at this stage of his career. He's come out now against South Africa, and he's done so well in his first test of the series.
Well, certainly at that age, it's always difficult to go across to England when you haven't gone there before. Just tickled away from Duo. Get 2 runs out to that leg side. Cleaned up right in front of that mango tree. No spectators there today.
Once again, it's been cloudy all day, and there's still no real threat. It's been cloudy, but you just don't seem to think that rain's gonna fall.
Yes, and there might have been some rain in other parts of the country. Haven't been able to confirm that, but Sydney with sort of clouds we've seen around must have somewhere.
Yeah, well, according to the weather app that I use, it says that 1 o'clock there's supposed to be a bit of a shower, but that's now blown over. There's Carter back into bowl to DeMarco Scott. Cut away straight to the man at cover. There's no run. Outside the off stump. Left alone this time from Scott. Given some air this time, but a bit too wide. And no run, no shot offered.
So those fielders close to him at that slip keeper as well as that short point be in his ear. Probably won't be in his ear too often, but certainly every now and then.
Good delivery there from Zachary Carter, pitching on both middle and off stump and turning away sharply. First sign of turn really after lunch for Carter.
It's nudged away from Scott. He must have had a subfielder on Gittins. Now runs back out there. Man who was on for him gets himself back out. Believe that's Griffith. Well, Scott seems to be in having some sort of issue there. Not too sure what it is, but does seem to be trudging off. Could be a hamstring. Binns now comes out, following the same batting order that they would have had in the first innings. Not good signs here for Jamaica. New batsman coming to the crease yet again. So now Jaden Seals has picked up his second wicket across in Guyana as well. 87 for 6. We had Mulder only lasting 2 deliveries. Just continue to hit that good length and find a lovely line as well. These West Indian bowlers. Really, spinners had no say across there. It's really dictated terms across here. Bell is back. Binns to face his first delivery of the innings. And that's very wayward by Bell. That's going to run away for 4 byes. Really not at all what you'd want to greet a new batsman with. No free runs for him or anything like that. And that was really awkwardly bounced for the wicket keeper, Newton, as well. Just dug into that bare patch and bounced excessively.
I think we've seen that on that spot outside the off stump. We saw it earlier with when Vital Lords was bowling.
I think for the first time in this match we've seen a bit of a pause and play while they retrieve the ball in that region behind the side screen. It's a common fixture in limited overs games here, but haven't seen much of that in the past day and session so far this morning. So we'll take a short break as they retrieve that ball. Ball retrieval successful. Bell is back. Putting Bins just nudges that into the onside. Unable to gain any reward for that. Been 2 dot balls after that. 4 went down to that area.
It was an eventful over, to be honest. We saw the first ball. Well, before a ball was bowled in the over, we saw Scott limp off the field. We've now seen had a break in play when they were looking for the ball that Bell bowled down the leg side. It's on the inside edge down to fine leg at a single.
Eventful over in Guyana as well. Man of the match in the first game, Kishab Maharaj, only lost in a few deliveries before Shamar Joseph picked up his 4th wicket. It's like what we saw from Bell yesterday with his 4 wickets.
Shamar Joseph proven Nigeria box office player. The future of West Indian cricket looking in good hands. And you just think that there's a fifer coming here. He's bowling out to Rabada and Verena. A lot of pressure on the hands of Verena. Good delivery from Shakwan Bell there. Just a bit of slow bounce with anything there. Dug it into the pitch and you're not going to get much assistance.
Tennis ball bounce.
Definitely so. So one delivery to go in over number 16. 36 for 2.
Just cutting at that one there, David Duo. Not looking comfortable out there at all.
So end of over number 16 is 36 for 2. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Carter is back now for his 7th over. Only 7 runs he's given away so far. Continuing to bowl economically. Of course, for a short period yesterday in this same second session, the batsmen were sort of able to nudge him around after working him out a bit, but he's continued to show respite and keep things very tight. This hit straight back to him. Decent fielding off of his own bowling, not able to quite clean it up, but is able to stop it before it really got any distance. Cutting now Bins. He's able to sneak through for a quick single.
As you mentioned, Carter continues to be economical and pick up wickets, and that's exactly what you want in this format of the game.
Just leaving that one duo.
See the coach and staff of the Bajan team just walking around the field having words with the fielders down at the boundary. An appeal for LBW! And not out, says umpire Danraj.
That certainly was quite close, but came forward quite a bit. May have been impacting him outside, not the greatest angle to completely adjudge that decision.
Shaquan Bell to continue from the southern end at the National Cricket Centre. Short and into the body, it's not getting up as much work down to the fielder down at fine leg. Bell now switching to round the wicket to bowl to David Dua. How does he start? Right on spot.
I'm glad to see him around the wicket here. Bell did ask for that yesterday, to see the sort of angle that provides over the wicket. So glad to see that he's here adjusting and trying out that new angle, especially to a left-hander. Has become quite fashionable in recent times.
That's Bell again. Short delivery and just dying on the way to the keeper. The keeper had to go forward in the end to pick that one up. This one, well. Full and wide outside the off stump, and that ball just kicking over the head of Gatson Bowens. Not the tallest, his Bowens, but there's really nothing you can do about that as a wicket keeper. And they're having a look at that spot on the wicket. just meeting in the middle to discuss that little spot there. Looks like they're going to continue now. Over in Guyana, 91 for 7. Test match. Shamar Joseph 4 for 28. Seals 2 for 30. Bell right on spot again. He's not been able to pick up wickets today as he did yesterday, but working into areas pretty well. So that's the end of over number 18. Is 42 for 2. It's going to be a change from the northern end. It's going to be Gittins to replace Carter. There's Rajai Gittins from the northern end. Driving is Odin Bin straight to the fielder at short mid wicket. There's no run. 42 for 2, 18 overs. Barbados would know the importance of trying to be aggressive and trying to pick up wickets. Looking for fast bowling points, it seems already. They're looking for the outright win. Gittins this time down the leg side and man down the 5 leg. Gets around and they only get 1. Sarjay Gittins now from just driving nicely past the second slip and it's going to run into the boundary. In fact, it's a good stop there from, is it Roach out there? No, it's
And as well could have run into the boundary. It certainly deserved 4.
good work from Micah Greenwich, though. Never gave up chase. And we could just have a look there. Brilliant from him. There's RJ Gittins. Down the leg side again. This one. That's a single. Bowens does the fielding. Bowled him.
Well, certainly, Rajai Gittins just first over back here, and reward right away for him, as well as across in Guyana. Seals picking up his 3rd wicket, and he'd certainly be pleased getting that wicket off Rabada Pisa from South Africa. Jai Gittins also took advantage of a bit of an extra break after lunch. Only saw him come back onto the field just 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, maybe he was doing a bit of an injury. But RJ Gittins picking up his first wicket, picking up the 3rd wicket, getting the breakthrough for the Barbados unit here. 47 for 3. In at number 5 is going to be wicket keeper Padre Nelson. It's going to be Sanjay Batiste to take over from the southern end. He's in now to bowl to Udain Binns. Binns long forward. Down the pitch, straight to mid on, and that's the fall of wicket number 4. Udain Binns goes, and Sanjay Batiste strikes.
He's right away into his work, just looking to play that one over mid on with the turn, but not able to make enough contact.
In now at number 6 is Vittel Laws. Barbados, 2 quick wickets, bring them right back on top of the scheme. 48 for 4.
Two, two new batsmen at the crease now. And there's another dismissal there. So Andre Batiste, 2 wickets and 2 balls. Lowers goes for a golden duck, just edging that one into that offside. J. Spence now joins J. Nelson at the crease. Still 2 new batsmen there. Batiste now on a hat trick. Spence readies himself.
Hat-trick ball. Joshua Dawn has come into a shot mid-wicket. They're not allowing him any closer than that, though, without a helmet. So, here he is. EJ Spence to face up. Hat-trick ball. And a bit of pitch to Dawn there. Dawn thought he was in the game for a second. But no hat-trick in this over for Zonji Batiste. 48 for 5, 19.3 now. 19.4 in fact. In fact, it is 3. There was a no ball first ball up. Appeal, half of appeal really, and no real threat there. 1 delivery, 2 deliveries to go. He's bowled really well so far as Andre Batiste. He's come in and he's already picking up 2 wickets of his first 2 legal deliveries. Oh, that one turning sharply past, and that's gonna be the over.
I think Batiste just had to continue with that trend of beginning their spell with no balls that we saw yesterday. Seemed to serve them in good stead.
In fact, it's not the over. They're gonna have one more delivery. That's what we thought up here. So 2 for 1 in this over. Brilliant from Zonji Batiste. 2 wickets, 1 run.
That no ball is just thrown us off a bit up there.
In the air, high in the air, and it's gonna come towards us here. And 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. So that's gonna be the 50 up. And EJ Spence with a statement of his own here.
That was much better timing on that occasion. Looking to play a similar shot as so we saw that first wicket fall, but this time getting much better timing on it and getting 4 runs. Still quite a ways to go before they're anywhere close towards positive position here. Jamaica trailing by 85 runs still, and 81 runs still, and still 5 wickets down. Of course, we also saw Scott go off earlier, bit of an injury, so whether he comes back or whether when he comes back, if he's at his full potential, we'd have to wait and see. Gittins now into his second over. His first over seems like ages ago.
A lot has happened. RJ Gittins, big fast bowler from Barbados.
If anything, he was part of that change of fortunes in this session here as well. Got that wicket and just 2 wickets falling right after that as well. So again, 2 still new batsmen at the crease, and is hoiking that one is Nelson. Only gets 1, but gets himself off the mark.
It's been good though from Gittins, and you're right, his wicket sparked the comeback really. They picked up 3 wickets in quick succession with just about 6 or 7 runs. And all of a sudden they're back on top of the game.
Well, that's going towards that mid-wicket fielder, but just making a meal of it. Difficult area to catch as always in that dust storm you see there, but it's not able to quite predict where that ball was going to land.
I thought he could have done a lot better though. I think it was a bit of a miss average, if anything.
It's as well as I'm a Yorker, able to make any contact with that, both with bat and the stumps. Certainly gotten a bit brighter out there as compared to about a half hour ago. Still no direct sunshine, so quite comfortable conditions bowling wise. Of course, the humidity is never comfortable, but certainly better than direct sunshine. Just rising on Nelson, just a bit, continuing to show the unpredictability of the bounce in the pitch. 54 for 5 now, 21 overs having passed, and still quite a ways away are Jamaica. Barbados, on the other hand, just 5 wickets away from a victory, and quite a lot of time to get there.
Yeah, time's on their hands at this point in time, but it's another situation of, there's rain around. There is rain around Trinidad and Tobago. You're not sure quite yet if it's going to come here. You've got a chance to win the game, and I think Barbados have done well. They've gone all out attack, but they've not, they've just recently gotten the results really. They were really good in the earlier session. I thought Carter was excellent, and then that bowling change to bring RJ Gittins in, that was what made the difference to me. And then Zonja Batiste came in and picked up 2 in an over. This end seems to be turning a lot more than the top end, so News in Guyana, Shamar Joseph has just picked up his 5th wicket, and he's on his knees in front of his home crowd. And 97 for 9. Batista continue here to Page Nelson. Bit of bounce there. And that's something to be concerned about. Big congratulations goes out to Shamar Joseph picking up his fifer.
Second fifer in Test match cricket.
Such a young
And that's
career.
hardly hit. Hit hard by Page Nelson. Is going to run away for 4. This came out of nowhere, really, but looking to push the runs as much as they can.
It was in the
before.
slot. It was definitely there, playing with the turn. So good idea. Gotta say well played, young man. Well played, Nelson. 10 for 2 now. Zandre Batiste in his second over.
Partnership's only 11. Of course, we know Nelson has 111. Nelson's on strike. That's
In the
tossed
air.
up.
And just short of the Manny Roach. They got a single. And with that, we should see drinks here. And yeah, it's going to be drinks. We're going to take a short break for drinks. We'll be right back after this. We're back here at the National Cricket Centre. 60 for 5. Jamaica, they trail by, I believe it's 70 odd runs still on. And Barbados really in a good position to get an outright victory here. Trailing by 73 runs. RJ Gittins, 2.1 overs, 1 wicket, 6 runs. He's back. Driving up in the air a bit. And the fielder there, short cover. Collects this, no run. 97 for 9 across in Guyana. Between the West Indies and South Africa. Jaden Steels and Shamar Joseph really doing the damage. And we take a look at the Trinidad and Tobago Guyana game now. Trinidad and Tobago 60 for 1. They lead by 20 runs. Darius Batusing the wicket to fall. Samir Sarup is out there batting with Joseph Mendoza. Trinidad and Tobago 62 for 1. Lead by 81 runs. And Windward Islands and Leeward Islands in action across at Gilbert Park. Windward Islands batting first yesterday, 134 all out. In reply, the Leeward Islands were bowled out for 64. Windward Islands batting again this morning, 101 for 7 declared. And Leeward Islands in their second innings, 17 for 1. They require a further 155 runs with 9 wickets in hand. Windward Islands looking good in that one.
Speaking of Leeward Islands, their first innings didn't do anywhere near where they would have wanted to, as far as batting, and better start to their second innings.
Slow delivery there from RJ Gittins. And almost got Patrick Nelson there with that one, but he digs it out well.
Just had to wait for that, but didn't rush the shot. Just waited for it to come to him and put his bat gently towards the ball. Bouncer now from Rajai Gittins, just continuing on its arc on the way down towards the keeper. Nelson got out of the way effectively enough.
It's going to be Sonja Batiste to continue from the southern end.
Batiste now continues and now just turned past the batsman.
In the air, and Dawn wish he could have a short leg in play here.
He has that short mid-on in play. Has that slip, that short mid-on, as well as short square leg.
This time beating the field down, they're going to run through for a quick single through at the bowler's end, but wayward in the end and they get an easy single.
So see that effect of how much the ball is turning in the field placements as well. Just two fielders on the offside in addition to, well, there's no slip there now. Slip now comes back in place. So a slip on cover as well as a mid-off. No other fielders in that offside. No need for any other fielders in that offside. Wouldn't be wanting to play against that sharp turn.
This one outside the off stump looks like an edge, and it's going to be Carter to give chase. And that's in the end of another over. 64 for 4, 64 for 5 in fact. 65 for 5, sorry. 24 overs. RJ Gittins to continue from the northern end. 6 overs, 1 wicket. 6 runs, 1 wicket, 3 overs, sorry. Cross in Guyana 105 for 9, South Africa against the West Indies. Shamar Joseph 5 for 32. Clearance Seals 3 for 41. Looking to cut there.
Just moving it in a bit. Kittens continuing to with that natural inward angle.
It's about 45 minutes till tea now. I think if you're a Jamaican, you just want to get to tea without losing another wicket. And if you're Barbados, you want 2 more, 3 more, even in the next 45 minutes.
Quite an effort for them to get to tea without losing any more from what we've seen out there as far as what the pitch is doing. Confidence of the bowlers, as well as just the fact that we've seen so many wickets fall. And that one's lofted over mid-on, and it's going to run away to the boundary. That heavy outfield is not at all going to stop it, and just had to jump over that barring there over the boundary line. As Pollard over there did some good athletic work just to ensure that he didn't do any damage to himself in that jump over. 4 runs for E.J. Spence. really, this is the last thing you want to see across in Guyana. We'll get back to that. Gittins in again, and that's ball, DJ Spence. Wonderful delivery. Continuing to move that ball in ever so slightly, and this time taking the stumps and bails with it. DJ Nelson is going to have to go after playing that lovely shot to get himself 4 runs. This time he's just going to have to think about that there. Wonderful delivery on a lovely length and just kissing the top of that off stump.
Yeah, brilliant from Gittins there. He has bowled really well today. Even yesterday, I thought he deserved a couple more wickets than what he got, but he's come in today and he's put in a shift so far. He's into his 4th over and he's been really, really good. 69 for 6 now. We just mentioned that, you know, they're in a bit of trouble. And if you're a Bajan fan, you want to see 1 or 2 wickets before the tea break. There's one of them. You need 2 more probably, and you'll feel like you're in real control of this one. Obviously, the Marcus Scott has now come back out to bat. Picked up an injury earlier on.
Had some time to just get that sorted. Back room and back out there to fight as much as the Jamaicans can here. Just saw across in Guyana, Shamar Joseph as well was dealing with a few issues. Physio came out and made things right.
Yeah, it just seemed to be cramping. But
also very humid and hot there as well.
So Scott back in. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how Scott approaches this innings. Obviously, came off with what seemed like a hamstring injury, and now, you know, it's obviously going to limit his movement. There's no way that, you know, he recovered 100% in the half an hour, 45 minutes that he's left the crease. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's running quickly between the wickets or if he's going to stand and deliver, stand and play shots. So
he certainly just took a few steps down the crease after playing that shot, but sort of hobbled back towards the wicket. So just wanted to test out those hamstrings. 5 overs now going and 4 wickets for Barbados to pull a victory out here. 64 runs for Jamaica to even get back to a point of where they have a lead.
Andre Batiste back into the attack. Well played there from Marcus Scott, in fact, Baji Nelson. Driven through the covers this time, and the chase is on here for Bell. Picks up and gets it back in. In fact, that's Greenwich out there.
Able to run 2 there, so Scott not in too much issues there regarding his hamstring.
Lots in there again for Andre Batiste. Outside the off stump and beaten there. Good delivery once again. Oh, this time worked past the fielder at short leg. They're going to look for 2 and they get back pretty easily in the end. Driven on nicely there from Paje Nelson. Really has seemed to be the best Jamaican batsman on show in this game.
And that's first innings as well. Did well for his 21 runs. Went over only 22 deliveries. Put a bit of impetus into that innings coming down to the end. Didn't end up making too much of a difference, but who knows, the game could have already been over had it not been for that innings.
It's about 35 minutes till tea. Abdullah Sharma can't wait to get into those snack boxes.
Certainly a snack box and coffee goes down really well.
Gizzens 2 for 10. He's really bowled well. I'd like to say good afternoon to Barbados under 19 wicketkeeper batsman.
Lovely Yorker there from Gittins. Just gonna run down to that fine leg area. Able to sneak single.
I'd like to say good afternoon to Joshua Morris, the Barbados under 19 wicketkeeper. Just letting me know that it's RJ Gittins, not Rajai. So apologize to RJ and his entire family who's been looking on. He's bowled so well though since yesterday. Decent delivery again outside the off stump.
That was a bit wider and slower, but Nelson waited for it, continuing to show some good signs from a batting perspective. Griffith eventually cleaning up that delivery. If it would be one for someone right now, subfielder. Gittins just going down the leg side a bit now. One of the Jamaican support staff has found a comfortable position there underneath that mango tree. The tree is down at that mid-wicket area. So I say good afternoon again to Vishram.
Good afternoon, Dylan. Good afternoon, viewers. So we see Jamaica struggling at 77 for 6. Barbados continue to add further pressure, dominating this game from start. RJ Gittins with a very good spell, 2 for 11 or 5 overs. Nelson was the top scorer for Jamaica in the first innings, still at the wicket, and DeMarco Scott, he batted at number 3. So
Certainly top scorer in the first innings, and when you look at that top score only being 21 runs, it really puts in a perspective where we are now. It's as if Jakeem Pollard is now going to switch over to the southern end. Has bowled his overs so far from the northern end, so he's looking to change it up a bit. Looks to be coming round the wicket as well, so different angle for the Jamaicans to deal with now.
Big, strong, burly left-hander. Has a Sheldon Cottrell finish.
Well, had he been on the Jamaican team, you'd wonder if there's any relation there. Certainly inspiration, no matter which island you're from. Two slips in place for him.
Jamaica trail by 56.
Just guided past, well, guided towards that second slip, able to clean it up quite easily. Keep Nelson on strike.
Very good work there by Captain Bourne.
Captain Dawn.
The weather's been kind to us this afternoon.
Certainly it's cleared up quite a bit compared to what we saw around that luncheon interval. It's kept things cool. Yesterday was sweltering hot. And that's going past the edge of Nelson. And it's taken the edge. Pollard, this time from the southern end, has gotten his reward. Switched things up and come round the wicket. And he'd certainly be proud of that effort.
Shows the excellence of the Bajan team again. Captain Dawn switching his bowler around. And the angles have changed. And now he's no longer wicketless. Goes. And another one falls for Jamaica. 77 for 7 in 27.2 overs. They still trail by 56. They're facing defeat here at the NCC.
I think more than anything, the accuracy of that delivery was what did in Nelson more than anything. Didn't really move away or inwards that much. Just sort of went straight on, but got it on a good length and forced him to play at it. And it's a good improvement from what we saw yesterday from Pollard, because in the first spell he looked quite nervous. Got the ball a bit too short, a bit too full at times, and certainly a bit too wide as well. But now coming round the wicket and changing up that angle looks quite threatening. 777. No Boeing aircraft around here, but many aircraft still graze the sky here in Balmain-Couva.
We're very close to the aviation center.
Well, let's not forget about the helicopters we see coming out from there as well.
Correct. It's been really impressive performance by this young Bajan team. With both bat and ball.
Oh, and this time just getting it to dip in a bit more. Getting a bit of bat on that. Otherwise it would have been really close to the stumps.
You can sense the energy on the field. They're sniffing victory.
Only 3 wickets away. And apart from Scott, pretty much into the bowlers as well. Of course, at this stage, hard to classify anyone as just a bowler or just a batsman. You're still anxious to try yourself at both crafts. Haven't quite fully found what your stronger suit is.
Pollard continues steaming in. Another one just angled in, but slightly movement away from him. This time not taking the edge.
He's really found a great rhythm from the southern end, especially coming round the wicket as well. A lot of times you see those left armers come around the wicket to just, a bit of reverse swing. Not too sure he might have discovered reverse swing at under 17 age as yet, but certainly on this pitch it's not something out of the question.
Most definitely. Very abrasive. So a very impressive over there by Pollard. Jamaica still trailing by 56, a 77 for 7 in their second innings, having been bowled out for 103 in their first. Captain Dawn persisting with his pacers. Seeking the additional bonus points. Two slip, a short cover, backward point, cover point, mid off. And it's a big appeal, but not out. RJ Gittins.
True excitement there from all the fielders surrounding Gittins, cheering him on, and was as close to the edge as you get. Did everything right there, did Gittins. Again, a bit straighter now on the leg side, but cleaned up easily.
Very good take by Bowens.
We could keep up Bowens. Two slips, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid off, mid on. Shortish mid wicket, and that fielder around that long leg, deep fine leg region. Driving now was the Marco Scott. Unable to place it through that gap, and just able to run a quick single. Good signs at least for Scott. Saw him come off a bit earlier with what we deemed to be a hamstring concern, but he's come back on and able to at least run between the wickets without looking too much in trouble. Kept a bit lower.
So what are your thoughts on this Barbados attack? It seems very well rounded. Left arm orthodox, off spinner, very good. They also have a left arm pacer.
I think it is much better rounded than the Jamaican attack. Jamaica just a lot of off spin, a lot of sameness you're throwing at the opposition. 3 off spinners and that left arm wrist spinner, but apart from the left arm wrist spinner, throwing in the occasional googly, it's pretty much turning in the same direction. Of course, now with Pollard getting some confidence after getting his first wicket of this tournament, would be increased confidence for that bowling attack heading into the rest of matches ahead of them. And of course, even from the right arm pieces, still offer quite a few different aspects as well. Just turning that one away to Sean James, gets himself off the mark. And he'll retain strike for next over. generally what we've seen though is haven't really seen any one of the right arm pacers really take the ball away from the batsman too consistently. It seems more general inward movement. It's all something that they would want to work on. Gittins, of course, the one I think with the most exaggerated inward movement with that high arm action. Roach looks the most disciplined of them. And Bell, I think, probably has the opportunity to be the quickest.
Pollard continuing from the southern end.
Lovely delivery, short for LBW, but I think it was a short for LBW, but not too sure what he's appealing for. Just got a bit excited. It's the fast bowler's mentality.
Didn't go through for the single because no shot was offered, so remains on strike. Does Deshaun James. I mean, I think they should consider a bowling change, possibly look at bringing in a spinner to
Well, there's an appeal there, and the umpire raises his finger. Pollard gets his second wicket. This second spell, he's now 2 for 3. And that was pretty plumb. If anything, a bit leg side-ish, but gets his wicket, gets his man. Deshaun James has to go for just 1 run.
It's been very, very impressive here by Pollard coming back into his second spell. I mean, his first spell, it was conceding just 2 runs in his first spell of his first 2 overs, but now 2 for 1 in his second spell. He's been accurate, he's been consistent, he's been bowling the balls in the right areas consistently, and he's reaping the rewards now.
Well, he's sort of mirroring what Bell did yesterday, because in his first 2 overs also just gave away 2 runs and then came back after lunch and took up those 4 wickets in quick time. Pollard just looking to take some inspiration from his teammate. Probably a few words of advice as well. Looks really comfortable from this round the wicket angle too.
We continue to see that Jamaica loses wickets in clumps. You know, they may get a partnership, they get one, there's normally, again, the openers did a good job. But as soon as they lose one, they lose a few others.
It's that post-lunch session, it seems like they lose a lot of wickets in this afternoon session.
New batter, Adrian Silvera. Left-handed, tall, fast bowler.
One left arm quick to another. So a bit of bragging rights on offer as well.
Jamaica trailing by 54 runs. Pollard continues. Well kept out here by Silvera. So once again, our 2 match officials here today, Mr. Banwari and Mr. Sandy. They've done an excellent job thus far.
Banwari would have done quite a bit of work in the recent 4-day season as well. Pollard now into Silvera's second delivery and keeping him at B. His fielders at slip. close to the stumps. A tight leave from Silvera, but no damage done.
Very animated Pollard. You can see that his confidence is extremely high at the moment. You know, getting 2 for 1 in his second spell, and his pace is up. His accuracy is on point, and you know, you can see that he's just expecting a wicket almost every ball.
And again, and that's close, but no, says the umpire. Of course, bowling to Silvera, you wonder if he might have even taken a bit of a cue from Silvera, who also bowled from this end as his fellow left-arm pacer.
Here you see a very impressive bowling card by the Barbados under 17 boys. So we do have a bowling change from the northern end. Zachary Carter, it's been extremely impressive as well. 2 for 8 of his 7 overs. He also opens the batting. Powerful batter. Left arm orthodox. Into Scott. Just deflected into the onside, no run. Carter has been very consistent, accurate. Bowling on and off, on and about the off stump line. And played in the air, but just over cover. Scott gets 1 and settles for 1. That guy Batiste, he's been very impressive in the field. Carter changing his line to the left-hander, going over the wicket. Leg slip and slip. Parked onside field as the ball is turning into him. Another big appeal, but not out given by umpire Banwari. So the Bajans are very excited here, as they feel as if they're closing into victory. An outright victory within 2 days. That would be a very, very impressive start to their tournament. Excellent bowling here by Zachary Carter. Also been very impressive by Captain Dawn. Another very excellent over. Economical, just conceding 1 run. So 2 for 9 of his 8 overs. Jamaica 80 for 8 after 31 overs.
Well, just 15 minutes to tea. 2 wickets still remain for Jamaica. The main goal at this point would just be to get towards tea at least. Might not be too much remaining after tea, but just to say that they were able to play all sessions in the 2 days play on offer. Of course, Scott is still there, so he's very much more higher order batsman. Just has to guide those who bat a bit lower than him. Pollard's back again, and that's plumb. That looks very out, and it is out. DeMarco Scott, just as I speak about him, has to go.
It's very unfortunate because that one kept low, and it just rattled into his pad. And umpire Sandy raising that index finger, that dreaded index finger. So the 9th wicket falls for Jamaica. They're 80 for 9, and they're on the brink of defeat here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver.
really not much you can do about that as a batsman. Kept very low, pitched it right there on the stumps, and yeah,
So Barbados 1 wicket away from an outright victory and acquiring all points here that were
Pollard,
available to them.
Pollard 3 for 3.
What an impressive and inspired bowling change by Captain Dawn to bring Pollard into the sudden end. Very little resistance being shown here by the Jamaican lower order. Final batter for Jamaica, Perico Henry.
So that's one inspired change, and then you look across to Guyana again. South Africa bringing in Dean Pete for Ryan Rickleton. He's already outscored him from what he produced in the first test match. Very much frustrating affairs there for West Indies, not able to close out that final wicket partnership. Already 37 runs to it. 38 runs now.
Conditions a lot more cooler here compared to what we see in Providence. Pollard hoping to close it out here for the Bajans. Pollard to Henry.
That's a Yorker length delivery, just dug out by Henry.
Five 4 field. Pollard into Henry. Rising delivery on about off stump. The scrambler singles a chance.
That's a continuing trend we see. Fielders not able to quite make contact with the stumps when looking for a run out. Very valuable skill to possess as a fielding team. That was an interesting shot from Silvera. Quite low to play that, but effective on this pitch.
Both batters off the mark. And holding and hoping to stay on.
Trying to rush a single there, but no real pressure. Well, tried to put some pressure on the fielder, but fielder not able to replicate that pressure back towards the batsman. Now 32 overs into this innings. Just 2 overs shy of what they were able to survive first time around.
We may have an extended session as well in the event that the wicket doesn't fall. In 10 minutes time, we may continue as 9 wickets are down. So it's very likely we'll be having a result in this game very soon. Right, so we welcome Liam back onto the headphones. Liam, what are your thoughts so far on this Bajan performance?
Yeah, I think it's been clinical. I think they've stuck to their plans. They've batted well, they've bowled well, fielded well. And I think the result shows it's much well deserved. 83 for 9 now, just one wicket to get. They want to get that as soon as possible. Get an early day's rest, and these games are so quick in between. Just one day off, and then they're back here again Saturday. So they want to get as much rest as they possibly can, and also try to get as much points as they can from this game.
Agreed. But at this age, you're very eager to play cricket. So, I mean, the rest is definitely important, and I'm certain that as we see Bell coming in from the northern end, I know you're more excited to play than thinking about rest. But it's very, as I was having a conversation with both the coach and manager of the Jamaican team, and most teams has an optional practice session tomorrow. Most of them have opted to rest. So your point is very well taken.
It's just about managing your body as well. You're going to be here for quite some time. There's still 2 rounds of these games left. Plus, they have 550 over games, so you want to manage your players as well as you can. And with the quick breaks in between, I think it's just it's one day off. You don't want to be training on that one day. You can have a meeting, discuss what certain things that I think most of the preparation would have been done before they would have reached shores of Trinidad. So it's just about specifics and planning. Even if you have sessions in between games like this where there's just one day off, you do something light, some throwdowns, maybe like 2 overs of spot bowling, something like that, something that's not going to take too much out of you.
Yeah, more mental preparation, visualization. Bell had taken 4 wickets in the first innings. Now looking to close it off. Now I welcome back Dylan. Have a bit of musical chairs here in the commentary box.
Oh, certainly musical chairs. No real music. Not much chin music out there either.
Oh, ball down! And that's the end of play.
What an appropriate way to end it there from Shaquan Bell. Yesterday we saw many Yorkers being bowled without any reward. Putting that into the mind of the batsman. Just going a bit more traditional today, and then spraying that Yorker out. Surprising the batsman and cleaning those stumps up with no trouble at all. Shaquan Bell finishes off with a wicket. 5 in the match for him. And a very solid display of bowling from Barbados here to win the match against Jamaica by an innings and 48 runs.
Incredible performance here by this Bajan team. They've been very, very clinical. They've bowled extremely well in the first innings, utilizing the conditions, putting runs on the board, and now absolutely being clinical again with the ball in the second innings. The Jamaican team struggling with the bat on both innings, losing wickets and clumps. It's a very highly anticipated game, but unfortunately the Jamaicans falling short. Congratulations to Barbados under 17 starting our regional CWI under 17 tournament with a victory.
Certainly well done from Barbados, and quite a few areas to work on for Jamaica. Bowling wise didn't look too badly off, just a lack of variety in the bowling attack, but a lot of work for them to do on batting.
As we see the two teams coming together, there's a lot of mutual respect, despite the rivalries that you may get.
Certainly was a hard-fought rivalry, but this is certainly a tournament about development, so results not too much in the offering as far as what their main goals would be, both teams and everyone else involved. Again, a wonderful display from Barbados with bat and ball, and certainly some good signs to work with there as far as the coaching staff would be concerned.
There were some excellent performances in this game. We saw Joshua Branch just falling short of triple figures. Then even in the first innings, Bell taking 4 wickets. Pollard coming back into the second innings and bowling well to have Jamaica skittle out for 80 odd. You know, I mean, it will be a very close call to see who's player of the match.
Certainly would be quite a close call. Of course, Bell with his 5 wickets throughout the match. Continued pressure that Carter was able to provide bowling wise, and also started off his batting innings in quite a stylish way as well. And those 2 half centuries from Dawn as well as Branch. So really would be difficult to choose a player of the match. Was wonderful team effort. So as we look at some of these scores around in the other grounds, Trinidad and Tobago under 17s are 108 for 3 in their second innings reply, leading by 127. So in quite a top position there, Trinidad and Tobago. Meanwhile, the Leeward Islands require 125 runs to win, and Windward Islands require a further 8 wickets to win that match. So still in a good position there. Leeward Islands only scoring 64 in their first innings, and now 47 for 2. Much better reply second time around. But here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva, Barbados are victorious in their first game of this tournament and look confident heading forward. So that would be all for us here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. I hope you have enjoyed this coverage, and we welcome you back here on Saturday for second of the 2-day encounters.